so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you are going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what? Anybody else? 17. You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, baby?
12.
Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Ding. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on this Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their Imagination turn. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that'll help our imagination. Jessie, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Whoa, hear that? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. It'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be held? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy, but he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right, so you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh, what if leaves were fish? Shoo! Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! Wouldn't that be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the top? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi. You'd say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he'd tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand up in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand up in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? Ah, we did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh God. Oh God. Woo. Oh my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? Is all of them? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. He's looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got?
I see a guy that says my dad on his shirt.
My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stay right here. All right, Jess. We need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stand right here, baby. Stand right there. All right. Who else, Jess? Blonde hair in a red shirt. Where's Blonde? Oh, I see you. Come here, big man. Come here and help me step. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Holy rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, you ain't gonna paint no more. She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he?
What's your name?
Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now y'all don't faint, cause I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never before opened paints because, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper, and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music. While you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. How are you? All right, let's do this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I kind of know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there. That's my Miss Donner! Hi, Flip! Oh, yeah! How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really gonna get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure you
Now
will
you
find
said,
something else.
you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in the car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right? All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing. All right.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right. We're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. No, I'm so single right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out.
Get a car seat. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there. What is
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a scarf right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
Like
everybody.
this right there?
I've got my scarf from my nose.
Easy now, easy now.
My sunglasses
She's hard right there.
on. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Uh-oh. We hit a bump. Uh-oh.
Driving in my car.
We hit a bump.
You know that sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's
Right
hot.
on our heads, you know. It'll keep the
That's
sun
right.
out of our eyes. It's so hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna Roxwood. What's wrong with her hair, Miss What? Now that'll work right there. Okay, well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What'd you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Sing it, Dad. Sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving to our car. One more time.
Don't hit the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out in the open highway. Let's get our whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? Put on our
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car,
Oh,
driving
we
far.
cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that you see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for
fly
me.
out.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. They fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, ain't you?
I'm driving in my car, driving
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes. And
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my
He's on the airs right there, Miss Hunter.
I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car,
You're too cool.
I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh,
movies
my
we
doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to me.
Well, he worked. Me and the poodle. That worked. How's that?
Everybody ready?
And you keep.
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here we go.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really
Music.
good music that we could boogie to. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
that's so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off, can't we? All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know we're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir?
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah?
I received a letter from Varney.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. Uh-huh, I did. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there.
friends goodbye?
Bye, friends. Bye, Jessie. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister.
See her. I don't know why she didn't hide.
I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
Da-da. Da-da. Do-do-do.
Hey, you hear me? Yeah, you come see our clubhouse in a tree. We are kids on a mission to educate ourselves about the NASA vision. Come explore math and science, 'cause that's what makes our alliance. We are the Wildfire Club. We yearn to learn and want to see everything that we can be. So come join us on our journey. Don't you touch that dial. And welcome to the NASA Wi-Fi.
This is Kids Science News Network, and I'm Ted Toon. Aviation enthusiasts are all aflutter today with the announcement of the $10 million X Prize. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you can design a reusable aircraft capable of taking 3 tourists into space, the $10 million is yours. Wow, I could buy a lot of air freshener with $10 million bucks. Oh, sorry. A little closer to home, the annual Extraordinary Airplane Contest is set to get underway next week. We have a live report from I Am Listening.
Ted, I'm here at the site of this year's contest. Only days from now, teams from all over the area will compete to see which airplane can fly the farthest. The twist is that each plane must be made completely out of egg cartons. We'll have to wait and see exactly how each team solves the problems of flight. Can an airplane made out of egg cartons really fly? Will the Treehouse Detectives place dead last again this year? We may never know. Back to you, Ted.
Yeah, we know all about the Extraordinary Plane Competition. Everyone at the competition knows us as the Big Losers.
We always come in last place every year. This is the entry from last year.
Looks like a winner compared to my entry from last year.
What did you do?
I just stuck a fuselage through an egg carton. It doesn't even fly.
My grandmother says you can learn a lot from your failures.
Even the Wright brothers, Wilbur and Orville, had a few failures before they first took flight on December 17th, 1903 in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
I found these facts referenced on this flight book, and that's why I found his website. Did you know that a lot of inventors enter the aviation contests?
Like us?
Not exactly like us. Back in 1927, Charles Lindbergh won the Orteig Prize of $25,000 for being the first person to cross the Atlantic Ocean in a plane.
That's right, he flew from New York to Paris, France.
You see, without these types of contests, we might not have the advanced technology or the types of airplanes that we have right now. Don't forget the race to space. If we hadn't competed with Russia, NASA might not have sent the first man to the moon. Now that's true.
I think we need to do more research on the history of flight. Remember what we learned in class about science as inquiry? Research is important. Let's surf the internet. I'll let you in on something really neat. NASA has a website on how things fly.
Oh, look. Here's the fun fact file on the history of flight. Let's click here.
And now, aviation history. Here's Dr. Textbook.
Hello! Since the beginning of time, man has looked up at birds with awe and has wondered, why can't we fly? Mythology gives us a story of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, melting his wings made of feathers and wax. In the 15th century, Leonardo da Vinci made over 150 drawings of his ideas for a flying machine. But it was George Cayley who noticed how a bird's wings kept them in the air. He made a number of various gliders, testing out different wing shapes and patterns. Wilbur and Orville Wright wrote letters to Octave Chanute, who was designing his own gliders, and he helped them to understand the forces of flight. After many trial runs with various gliders, the Wright brothers made the first successful controlled-powered flight with a pilot on board in 1903. So, as a nod to all the people who made the first flight possible, I will fly across the sand dune in my wings. Not a very good idea.
This has been Aviation History.
That's so cool. It looks like the pioneers of aviation had a lot of different challenges.
I think we need to learn more about our challenges and try to win the Extraordinary Plane Competition.
But how do we do that? I think we need to learn how planes fly.
The National Air and Space Museum will be the place to start.
Let's see if our parents can take us. I found a research notebook so we can take plenty of notes. I also found a Get Up and Go worksheet on the NASA Wi-Fi's website. This will be just what I need to keep track of what we learn on the field trip. So, let's get up and go. This is so cool. Look, there's the original Wright brothers plane. Look over there. There's the Spirit of St. Louis. Oh, yeah. That's the plane that Charles Lindbergh flew to Paris. He won $25,000.
Hi, can I help you?
We need to learn more about the history of flight.
Well, you must be the Treehouse Detectives.
We most certainly are.
Hi, I'm General Jack Daly, the director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum. I want to welcome you here this morning.
Can you tell us a little more about the history of the Wright brothers plane?
Sure. The Wright brothers were the first ones to solve the technical problems associated with flight. Many others had tried, but these two brothers working alone developed the fundamental principles of flight that are still in place today, and they changed our lives completely.
We know that contests play an important part in the history of aviation. Why is that?
Well, competition is important in life no matter what we're doing, whether we're playing soccer, competing for the Olympics, or trying to build a better airplane. If you want to be the number one or the best, you have to work harder.
The race to space was another competition?
Sure was. It was a race between the United States and the Soviet Union, and each country was trying to demonstrate that they were better in spaceflight. But what started as a competition has now turned into a partnership with the United States, Russia, and other countries building an international space station.
We need to learn more about the four forces of flight. Is there a place here where we can explore?
There sure is. It's called How Things Fly.
Kaylee, this is so neat. I wonder if these controls have anything to do with lifts. Use the ailerons, elevator, and rudder to control roll, pitch, and yaw. Hey, Bianca, I can see the four forces of flight working. We need to go. I'm having too much fun. Guess where we went this weekend?
I don't know. Outer space?
Funny, Dr. D. We went to the National Air and Space Museum.
Oh, did you see the Wright brothers plane?
Yeah, it was so cool.
Well, did you note after the last flight, a gust of wind came up and sent the Wright brothers flyer tumbling across the sand?
Is that why the Wright flyer never flew again?
That's right, because it was damaged.
Today, planes are built much differently. When we went to the museum, we learned about the four forces of flight.
What are the four forces of flight?
Let's see. There's lift that pushes a plane upward.
And wait, which is Earth's gravity pulling down on a plane?
Then thrust, which is the power to push a plane through the air. Oh yeah, and drag. Why do you think it is important that we must understand all four forces?
I'm not sure. I would guess you have to have all of them to make a plane fly.
Yes, they're all connected to each other. For example, changing the thrust also affects the lift and the drag. We must first examine them individually before we can see how they relate to each other.
Can we start with the force of lift?
Sure. What part of the plane do you think provides the lift?
I would say the wings.
That's right. The wings are designed to push air downward. The air flowing over top of the wing and the air flowing underneath the wing are both bent downward. These fan blades are just like a wing. Look at the blades. See how they're angled?
Yes, why is that?
Well, the blades are angled upward from the direction of motion. This angle allows the blades to push the air downward.
How do airplane wings compare to fan blades?
As the fan blades spin, they cut through the air like an airplane wing. Take a look at this airplane that I got many years ago. Notice how the wing is slanted upward with the front edge higher than the back edge. Turn on the fan now and see what happens.
Those fan blades are pushing a lot of air.
Well, how can we increase the air pushed down by the fan?
It could spin faster.
Indeed. A faster spinning fan blade is like an airplane wing flying through the air faster, pushing more air down.
Why does a wing need to push air down?
It's what provides lift.
I don't get it. How does pushing air down create lift?
Well, Sir Isaac Newton said, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. It's called his third law.
So that means when the wing pushes the air downward, the air is pushing up on the wing?
Correct again. Let's try an experiment. Tip the fan up like this and put it on these skates. Now the fan's going to push the air this way, that's the action, and the air's going to push the fan the other way, that's the reaction. All right.
Wow.
I bet the problem with our airplane last year was that we didn't have an angle on the wing. If we don't have an angle on the wing, we can't push the air downward and get an upward lift. We need to angle the wing up, and it would work better.
I can't believe that the air would push up on this model plane and give it lift, but it's hard to believe that air can push up and give lift to something as big as those passenger jets. They do weigh a lot more, but I guess their wings are a lot bigger.
Well, it's almost like magic, but it's real science. To really understand lift, you need to visit a wind tunnel. Why don't you contact Luther Jenkins over at NASA?
Wow, this is really neat.
Have you ever seen a wind tunnel?
I've never been in a wind tunnel, but I've seen them on TV.
Well, this is one of 30 wind tunnels we have here at the NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia.
We found at the National Air and Space Museum that the Wright brothers built their own wind tunnel in 1901. They collected data from that wind tunnel and put a successful glider.
That's absolutely correct.
What do you use wind tunnels for?
Well, like the Wright brothers, we use wind tunnels to examine how the air flows over different objects, like planes, cars, wings, and even tires. This helps us understand how they will perform and gives us insight so that we can develop new designs.
Is there anything you can show me?
Well, Dr. D showed you how the angle of a wing actually deflects the air downward to create lift. I'm going to show you how the air flows over a wing. This is a different way of looking at the concept of lift. Come with me.
Okay. What do you mean to show me how the air goes over the top of the wings? We can see air?
No, you really can't, so we use smoke to visualize the air. Can you see how the smoke particles that strike the front edge of the wing, some travel over the upper surface and some travel over the lower surface?
It looks like the smoke is going faster over the top of the wings.
You're right. The curvature of the upper surface actually causes the smoke particles to speed up or travel faster over the upper surface. The force applied by these faster moving particles on the upper surface is lower than the force that is applied on the lower surface by the slower moving particles. The difference in forces actually creates a lift and causes the plane to stay in the sky.
That's weird. I wonder how big airplanes stay in the air. I mean, they're so large.
That's true, they are very big, but they also have large wings, and the air has more surface area over which to travel. That generates more lift and allows them to stay in the sky.
Why is it important to test airplane wings?
Well, we test airplane wings so engineers will know which ones to use for their particular design or application. That saves time and money.
That was so cool. I think it was so interesting seeing how the smoke went over the wings.
Well, I hope it helps. I'm sure you do well in the contest.
Thanks.
I made a new plane for the contest. By the way, if you would like to design your own plane, just click on the problem board inside the treehouse. Have fun.
This plane looks better than last year's entry.
That's strange. I wonder why it goes up like that.
We made the exact same plane last year. It didn't win, but it didn't fly upwards either.
It looks like all the variables are the same. Do you use scientific inquiry to help you figure out problems? It really works. Remember, when you're conducting an experiment, it's very important to keep all the variables the same.
Let me see your plane. I want to compare it to last year's entry. I have my notebook right here of the experiments we did last year.
The wings are still small.
Let's use our problem board to get organized. This is actually fun and easy to use. You should try it.
We know that airflow underneath the wing moves slower and creates a higher pressure. We know that the airflow under the wing pushes the wing upward and helps provide lift.
And we need to know if the size of the plane's wings affects lift.
We need to know more about the other forces of flight, thrust, and drag.
Where do we need to go? Maybe our friends, the Wi-Fi's Kids Club, can help us. I love talking to other club members. We are one big team working together trying to solve a problem.
I'll email the club this question. Has anyone done an experiment on how the size of the wings affects lift?
I would think so. Just look at history. The Wright Flyers' wings look a lot different from today's planes.
Yes, the Wright Flyers' wings were very boxy.
I'm receiving a message from the NASA Wi-Fi's Kids Club. Achievable Dream School in Newport News, Virginia is currently doing an experiment on the size of the wings.
Hi, I'm Linda Zaromsky from Mr. Tyson's 6th grade class at Achievable Dream Academy in Newport News, Virginia.
What is the problem you're trying to solve?
We wanted to know if the size of the airplane's wings affected its flight.
What was your experiment?
Our teacher, Mr. Tyson, set up the test area. Let's take a look at it. The test area has a hinge with the 62-centimeter stick attached with a push pin on the other end. The stick should go up and down freely. Here is our test fuselage. We will be attaching to it different size wings that we have made.
Why has the propeller been removed?
We are going to be using a fan to create our thrust instead of the propeller. However, paper clips have been added to replace the weight of the propeller so that we keep our variables the same. Let's test it and see how it lifts. Okay, we attached the small wing to the fuselage like this. Now we turn the fan to a low speed. I think we need to turn it up to medium because the wing is not lifting much.
Now look at it lift.
It is stable now, so add paper clips one at a time until the plane will no longer fly. Wow, it held 5 paper clips, and each paper clip is about 1.5 grams. So our total weight added was 7.5 grams. We decided to do the experiment at least 2 more times. Now we need to take an average of all the trials for each wing. Remember how to get an average? Just add up all the numbers and divide by the total number of numbers you added. Now we are ready to test the other wing. Remember, keep all the variables the same during the experiment. The only variable that will change is the size of the wing. Let's take a look at our data. The small wing held 7.5 grams of paper clips, while the larger wing held 18 grams of paper clips. So that means that since the larger wing lifted the most weight, it has the best lift.
Newport News is not far away. Maybe we can test our new hypothesis.
Our new hypothesis is, if you change the size of the wings, then it will affect the lift of the plane.
We're not seeing any lift here, that's for sure.
We need these planes to soar. That's if we want to win the competition.
We need my man, Jackie Chan, to be here. He's a human flying machine.
Yeah, right. What could he do?
He's so cool. I just saw him in a movie and he flies right through the air.
I bet he knows all about the force of lift.
That's fake. That's just a movie.
No way. If he was here, he would help us win that competition.
Who's that? Is that who I think it is?
It's him, Jackie Chan.
You mean the martial arts master?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Chan.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi. I hear you guys need my help.
Uh-huh.
What do you do when you're faced with a challenge?
I just never give up. Think about it before I do the stunt, but I'm not gonna do it today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Can you help us?
I'm going to help you to build super duper airplane. Okay? Okay.
Do you think studying is important?
When I was 17, get out of school. Then slowly I find out education is more important than doing an action, punch and kicking. Good luck. I know you guys be winners. Okay? Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Jackie Chan. That was really him.
It sure was. You know, I just have those connections.
Yeah, right.
So what's up? Should the Treehouse Detectives change the size of their wings? What should they do next? How can they get more lift? Tune in next time for another episode of The Case of the Challenging Flight.
I made the wings on our plane longer. Look how it flies now.
Wow, what a difference.
Watch this. I'm trying out an experiment I found on a website.
What experiment did you find?
It's supposed to demonstrate Bernoulli's principle. I'm blowing air between these 2 balloons.
What happens?
The balloons come together. I wonder what's causing it to do that.
I think it has something to do with airflow. Remember what we learned from NASA researcher Luther Jenkins, that faster-moving air creates less force? Air pressure changes with speed.
So, blowing between the two balloons made the air flowing between them speed up. This reduced the pressure in the middle of the balloons.
The reduced air pressure in between the balloons allows the air pressure on the outside of the balloons to push the balloons inward towards each other.
And in local news, the extraordinary airplane contest is shaping up to be a real nail-biter this year. Several teams are on the field testing their designs, and we have a live report from I Am Listening. I Am?
Ted, history has shown us that aviation science often advances rapidly due to competitions and contests, not unlike this one. Teams from all over the country are converging here at Flying Ace Field to see if their designs will take home the big prize. One team from somewhere in Virginia has constructed a full-scale jetliner out of nothing but egg cartons. We'll see if... It looks like they've got a few bugs to work out, Ted. From Flying Ace Field, I am listening.
We learned that from the Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
I read about a modern-day aviation pioneer. His name is Burt Rutan.
Wouldn't it be great to talk to him, the guy who was involved in a real-life challenging flight?
Let's look on the internet to research a list of those aviation pioneers. Here he is, Mr. Burt Rutan from Scaled Composites in Southern California. Let's dial him up. Hello, Mr. Rutan. You've had a lot of experience designing planes. Could you please show us one of your unique designs?
Oh, sure. I love to talk about airplanes. I've designed some 28 different manned airplanes and also some unmanned airplanes. One of my favorites is the Boomerang that I'm sitting in. It is a very safe, long-range, light twin airplane, and it's the airplane that I fly nowadays. Behind me is the Proteus, a high-altitude airplane that's used for special missions. Probably my most famous airplane, though, is the Voyager. The Voyager, about 16 years ago, took off at one airport and flew completely around the world, taking some 9 days, and landed at the same airport without refueling. And that set a milestone in aviation.
Do you have to use your imagination to design these planes?
Oh, yes. Imagination is extremely important because with an airplane, you can look at birds, you can look at other airplanes, but if you're going to do anything truly new, you have to create, you have to innovate, and you have to imagine. Here we are in the office, and this is where airplanes are designed. It starts with a sketch, and a sketch comes from the mind. It comes from, really from your imagination. You imagine what might fly well, and you think about it real hard, and you take a pencil to a piece of paper, and you put on a piece of paper the creative thoughts that are in your mind. And that's what imagination is really all about.
Can you show us the Proteus?
Okay, this is Proteus. Pretty big airplane. It's designed to do some very interesting things. It can fly very high. It can fly more than 10 miles high. So it's up above where the airliners fly, and it can stay up there a long time. And that's very useful for doing things like studying the atmosphere or relaying internet data, that sort of thing. So let's take a look at it. Even though this is a very big airplane with a wingspan of about 90 feet, it's actually quite light. It only weighs as much as 2 cars. But if you fill it up with fuel, it weighs as much as 4 cars. The wings are very long and slender and very smooth, and that's necessary so the airplane can fly a long time. The wings are filled with fuel, and the fuel drains down and is pumped up to jet engines. And jet engines is what makes the thrust that makes the airplane climb, makes it fly, makes it stay up there. And thrust is a very, very important thing for airplanes, and thrust will help you win this contest.
I wonder if our plane has too much thrust. What causes thrust on the plane?
I'd say the winding of the rubber band creates thrust. The tighter I wind it, the more thrust it gives.
Let me try it.
I wonder if our plane needs more thrust. What if we have too much power for the plane?
With all these questions, I think we need to go see an expert.
Who would know about this?
What about someone who flies a plane?
Let's talk to a pilot. That sounds like a great idea.
Let's get up and go. Wow, so this is a simulator. I've never seen any simulators like this at the video arcade.
Well, it's not exactly like the arcade. This is US Airways' new Airbus A320 simulator. We use it to train our pilots on our new Airbus aircraft. In fact, we can simulate anything that the real aircraft can do.
I'm one of the treehouse detectives, and we're trying to win a contest. But first, we need to know more about the force of thrust. Can you help us?
Well, I hope I can.
We've learned that we need to know more about thrust.
Well, thrust is one of the forces acting on the aircraft in flight. It's produced by the engines, which propel the aircraft through the air.
Why does our plane bank to the left?
The movement of the ailerons creates drag, and this drag tends to move the nose away from the direction of the turn. We compensate for this with the rudder.
Wow, the Airbus must be really heavy.
The Airbus is quite heavy. It can weigh up to 205,000 pounds. It's 100 tons. We can carry 169 people, 50,000 pounds of fuel, and 16,800 pounds of cargo.
With all this weight, the Airbus must need a lot of thrust.
You're right. The Airbus has an incredible amount of thrust. In fact, each engine can produce up to 32,000 pounds of thrust.
That is a lot of thrust. I think we need to know about thrust and weight.
Well, you're right. There's some great experiments you can perform that'll help you to understand that relationship better.
That's a good idea. I'll see what I can find. Thanks for letting me see the simulator.
Oh, you're welcome, Dick. And good luck on your contest.
Okay, bye.
I wonder if there are any neat experiments that would actually demonstrate the force of thrust.
Let's contact the NASA Y-Files Kids Club and ask them if they've done any experiments on thrust. I love the NASA Y-Files website. It's awesome trying to solve our problems with other club members. It's all about being on a team.
I wonder if weight affects thrust.
That's a great question. I hope one of our club members did an experiment on thrust.
Look, we have an email from our NASA Y-Files Kids Club in Boone, North Carolina. That's the state of the first flight. Remember the Wright brothers had their first flight on December 17th, 1903?
I went there. See my Daniel Boone hat? The town was named after Daniel Boone. He spent a lot of time exploring and trekking through the beautiful Appalachian Mountains. Let's click here.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Parsons, a 5th grader in Miss Susan Caton's class at Green Valley Elementary School in Boone, North Carolina. We performed an experiment on thrust. My classmates and I asked ourselves, does weight affect thrust and acceleration? Our hypothesis is if enough weight is added to the balloon, then the thrust will not be able to lift the balloon. Here's what you will need for the project: a balloon, a straw, a string, 30 paper clips, masking tape, a cup 3-ounce size, scissors, and a hole punch. First, measure the distance from the ceiling to the floor. Add 15 centimeters to that measurement and cut a length of string for that amount. Tape or tie the string to a spot on the ceiling. Thread the straw into the string, stretch the string taut, and tape it to the floor. Take the cup and using a hole punch, punch 3 holes evenly spaced around the top of the cup. Now cut 3 pieces of string 30 centimeters long. Tie 1 string to each hole in the cup. Blow the balloon up, but don't tie it off. Position the cup underneath the balloon and tape the other end of the strings to the balloon so that it looks like a hot air balloon with a basket under it. Tape the balloon to the straw, lower it to the floor, count down, and release.
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Yay! Mark how high the balloon rose on the string. Measure and record your data. Blow the balloon up again. Make sure it's the same size as before, but this time add 5 paper clips to the basket. Lower the balloon, count down, and release. With each trial, add 5 paper clips.
What happened to the height of the launch as you added weight?
Here's what we concluded from our data. As we added more paper clips, our balloon didn't shoot as high.
What did this experiment tell you about thrust?
Take a close look at our data. As we added more paper clips, our balloon lost a lot of power and it wasn't able to shoot as high. We concluded the heavier the plane, the more thrust you need.
Okay, thanks for your help.
We'll ask Dr. D how vertical thrust relates to an airplane.
Bye! From the Y-Files Kids Club at Green Valley Elementary School in Boone, North Carolina.
This is all starting to make sense. We learned that the plane's engine makes thrust, and thrust moves the plane forward.
Wouldn't you think it would make sense if a plane was heavier, it'd need more thrust?
Look at our entry. If we have more thrust than needed, it could break our plane in half.
Dr. D's neighbor works with a lot of fast planes. He's stationed aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt.
He said maybe he could make some special arrangements for us to come out and visit his ship.
This should definitely be our next stop, the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Can you believe we are actually flying on a plane to a ship?
It's hard to believe the USS Theodore Roosevelt is 80 miles off the coast of Virginia.
Can't wait. It's going to be some landing.
That was just an awesome landing. Can you believe that we landed on an aircraft carrier while it was moving?
I'm not sure it's so awesome. My legs still won't stop shaking. Look at the size of this ship.
I know, it's huge.
Yeah, but the runway's so short.
I know.
Hi, welcome aboard USS Theodore Roosevelt. I'm Lieutenant John Oliveira, your escort officer. You guys must be the treehouse detectives that I've heard so much about.
Yes, sir, we are the Treehouse Detectives.
Oh, right.
We've never seen such a big ship before.
Well, Theodore Roosevelt is a big ship. Home to 5,000 sailors, it weighs 97,000 tons, and if you put it on its end, it'd be as tall as the Empire State Building. And in fact, has everything we need on board.
Everything?
Everything. Gyms, hospital, we even have a dentist. And Gidon.
What is Gidon?
Gidon snack food.
All right, I could live here.
What is this area called?
This is the flight deck, and it's 4.5 acres. This is where we launch the 71 airplanes we carry.
You can launch airplanes off this small runway? He means we're going to be launched off this runway.
We can launch them pretty quick. We use that to the help of some catapults. That's how we do it.
What are catapults?
Well, catapults are what we use to help launch our airplanes. But let's go down to V2 Division, talk to Senior Chief Spinner, and he can explain that to us in a little bit more detail.
Hello, Senior Chief Spinner.
We need to learn more about the force of thrust. Can you tell us about your catapults and how they create thrust?
Well, yes, I can. The catapult is actually 2 sets of cylinders that run 300 feet long, and within each cylinder is a piston. And connected to the piston assembly is a shuttle that extends above the level of the flight deck.
Not a space shuttle.
No, the shuttle is actually a metal object that connects to the aircraft that we use when we're launching airplanes on the flight deck. The shuttle can actually take an airplane from 0 to over 160 miles an hour in about 2 seconds.
Now that's fast.
And a lot of thrust.
But what makes the shuttle go so fast?
When we want to fire the catapult, steam actually enters the power cylinders and it pushes the piston assembly of the shuttle and the aircraft to the opposite end of the catapult at a very high rate of speed.
Steam is really powerful stuff.
But where does steam come from on a ship?
On a carrier, the steam comes from the ship's power plant. Our power plant consists of 2 nuclear reactors.
Nuclear reactors? Wow, they must create major power. We wonder what it felt like to be launched off such a short runway off the deck. So we contacted a real F-14 pilot.
It's like a violent, somewhat violent roller coaster ride. You get thrown back in your seat, in about 2 seconds you're going from 0 to 150 miles an hour.
Bye, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, enjoy your cat shot.
That's really weird. It couldn't be him.
What?
I think I just shot some video of Dr. D.
Look over there. Call him.
Dr. D.
Huh? What are you guys doing here?
Well, what are you doing here?
Just doing a little research.
So are we on thrust.
What have you learned?
We learned today that the plane has to be going about 160 miles per hour to get lift, and the catapults help the plane go that fast very quickly because of the short runway.
Dr. D, how does this compare to a regular airport runway?
An airport runway is 10,000 feet long, but a carrier's catapult runway is only 300 feet long. That means the ratio of the airport runway to the catapult runway would be 10,000 to 300. If you do the math and divide the airport runway length by the catapult runway length, you will find that the airport runway is about 33 times longer than the carrier's catapult runway.
On a carrier, the catapult provides immediate thrust for the plane to take off that quickly.
Isaac Newton's laws of motion tell us that if you want to speed an object up, you have to apply force to it.
That makes sense. I have to push really hard on the pedals of my bicycle to make it go faster, quicker.
Very good. But what would happen if you were pulling a wagon with your kid sister in it?
That would be a lot harder.
Isaac Newton also told us it takes more force if you want to speed up more mass. In math, that's called a direct variation.
Wow, math is everywhere.
Oh, so that means if the plane is bigger, or has more fuel or more cargo, it needs greater thrust to make it to its takeoff speed by the end of the runway.
Watch this.
Wow, your plane really spun. I don't think we want our plane to do that.
That's called roll. What many planes do to avoid roll is to have what's called dihedral angle. That means having the wings tipped up like this in a V.
That made a big difference.
Looks like our plane's ready to take off.
I can't wait to try the catapult.
It's gonna be so awesome. Let's go.
Hold on. Here we go.
So what's up? Do the Treehouse detectives still need to investigate drag? Can they combine all that they've learned so far to make a plane fly faster and farther? You can find out next time with The Case of the Challenging Flight.
There's something wrong with the plane. Why does it go down and then turn to the left?
Maybe it has something to do with weight. We learned that weight is the force opposite of lift.
Let's look at the problem board. What should we do next? We know that airflow and air pressure affect lift, and lift affects flight.
We know that the size of the wings affect lift.
We need to know how gravity and weight affect flight. I think we need to see an expert.
We need to go to NASA Langley. My mom says they have an electronic classroom where we can talk directly to researchers at one of 10 NASA centers.
Wow, this is so neat. This must be an electronic classroom.
It certainly is. I'm Bob Starr. Have a seat.
We heard you could hook us up with any NASA researcher.
Yes, I can. In the electronic classroom, we use two-way audio-video communications over the phone lines.
I've been doing a little research, and I found that NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center in California uses experimental planes to test out new futuristic ways of flight. It tested NASA's first space shuttle before it went into space.
That sounds risky, too. That must be where they find out if the new designs are going to really work.
Hey, I know a researcher who's an expert in stability. His name is Al Bowers. Let me try to contact him.
Hi, I'm Al Bowers, an aerospace engineer at NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center. I understand you have some questions about airplanes.
We have a lot of them. Could you tell us about weight, one of the four forces, and how it affects flight?
One way that weight affects an airplane is the way the weight is distributed. The weight is distributed on an airplane so that there's a balance point, and that balance point is called the center of gravity.
How does the center of gravity help you design planes?
I'm glad you asked, because we use the center of gravity to determine where to place the wings on an airplane. On a normal airplane, like this one, we place the wings just behind the center of gravity, and that helps to keep the front end of the airplane pointed forwards.
Our plane always flies to the right. Is there anything we can do to fix this problem?
That's the purpose of the tail. The tail of the airplane keeps the nose from going up too high or dropping too low or slicing off to the left or right. Here, let me show you. This is an F-104 Starfighter aircraft. It has the center of gravity just in front of the wings where the lift is produced, and the tail is on the back end of the airplane. All of that makes this a very stable aircraft.
Wow, what kind of plane is that next to you? I've never seen anything like that before.
Oh, this is the X-29. I'm sure you noticed right away that the wings are on backwards and that we put the tail on the front of the airplane.
Backwards and a tail on the front?
Yes, even backwards we can make it work with the tail on the front of the airplane, just like on Burt Rutan's airplane.
How can it fly like that?
Let me show you with this broomstick. This broomstick is like a traditional airplane where the center of gravity is in front of the wings, and it's stable. If we move it to a new position, the broomstick just follows along. But the X-29 was unstable. It had the center of gravity behind the wings, and so it was like your egg crate airplane. And it didn't fly very well. But on the X-29, we had advanced technology in the form of very fast computers. Those computers could compensate for the instabilities in the airplane. Let's go back to the broomstick for a second. It's like your hand moving back and forth to compensate for the instability. And that was the way we were able to make the X-29 fly.
Wow, I never thought a plane like that would have been able to fly.
I guess we need to find our center of gravity and make sure it's in front of our lift.
Yeah, that'll make our plane more stable. Thanks for all your help, Mr. Bowers. Bye.
This plane is looking like a winner.
Especially now that we put a rudder on our plane and we move the wings back.
It doesn't pitch.
And it doesn't bank anymore. But I wonder if we're still missing something.
Dr. D, we still have a few questions. You think you can help us?
Sure.
Thrust is needed even when the plane is going at a constant speed. Why is that? Does it have anything to do with drag?
Yes. Drag is what we call all the forces that act on an aircraft in the backward direction. Let's try an experiment. I'm going to push this cart. What happens?
It looks like it's not slowing down, but you didn't keep pushing it.
I didn't have to. Isaac Newton explained that once an object gets moving, it stays moving in a straight line at a constant speed unless you apply force to it. Watch this other cart.
It slows down right away. There must be some force acting on it.
That's right. An object will only slow down if a force acts on it in the direction opposite to its motion. What might that force be?
It looks like friction. That's the force when you rub two objects together.
Very good.
Does an airplane experience friction?
An airplane experiences a type of drag called air resistance because of the air flowing over the wings and other parts of the body. Have you ever tried to drive your bicycle into the wind?
Yes, it's really not very easy.
You've had some experience with air resistance.
So if the drag is less, we won't need as much thrust to keep it moving at a constant speed.
Correct.
So if we can find a way to reduce the air resistance, we've got it made.
That's not exactly right, because it turns out in addition to air resistance, there's another type of drag.
This is getting complicated.
Okay, we'll take air resistance first. To understand how to reduce air resistance, it would be best to talk to an expert. And of course, the best expert is nature.
Nature? I wonder what that has to do with drag.
Well, I know someone who observes nature to understand drag, and he can tell you all about it. His name is Ben Anders. He studies birds, fish, and even insects.
That's our next stop.
Look over there. That man looks like he's studying the fish.
Dr. Anders, we're the treehouse detectives.
Oh, hi.
Dr. D said you could help us.
We're trying to understand the force of drag. Dr. D says you use insects and marine life to help you in your research.
Yes, I do. When I look at those shapes, I see airplane wings.
Airplane wings?
I guess I can see a slight comparison, but why would you want to compare them to airplane wings?
At NASA, we study birds and insects and marine animals to inspire new research on flight and on ways to reduce drag. And we call this biomimetics.
Wow, that's a big word. How do you do that kind of research?
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think has a lower drag, a smooth surface or one with grooves in it?
I'm not sure. I would guess a smooth surface would have less drag, but what's the right answer?
Well, normally a smooth surface does have lower drag, but if you make the grooves very tiny and you shape them just right, the groove surface has lower drag. And we discovered that the shark skin has those exact same tiny grooves to reduce his drag. I wonder what other secrets he's holding.
This is so cool. I wonder if we need to make some adjustments to our plane to reduce its drag.
Maybe we need to do a little more research.
Let's go back to the treehouse. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. I'm Ted Toon with this KSNN special bulletin. Kids Science News Network has learned that the Treehouse Detectives may have an edge in this year's extraordinary airplane contest. Our reporter, I Am Listening, is standing by.
Thanks, Ted. I'm here in this airplane to show the viewers what the Treehouse Detectives have learned that might give them a win in this year's contest. We have learned that the detectives now know about thrust, lift, drag, and gravity. Back to you.
Thanks, IM, for that exquisite report. Stay tuned to KSNN to see if the Treehouse Detectives can solve the mystery of flight and win the extraordinary contest.
You know, we might even have a chance at placing in this contest, something other than last place. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Let's see what else we can do to help us win this contest. Let's use our problem board.
Well, we know that air resistance affects lift, and lift is one of the main forces of flight.
We also know that planes must overcome the pull of gravity.
We know that thrust pushes an airplane through the air, and different airplanes require different thrusts.
We know that drag is the opposite of thrust. Drag is the aircraft's resistance to the movement through the air. We need to know if the materials used in the manufacturing of a plane will affect their drag.
But how can we find out?
We can do a little research on the internet.
I'll just type in NASA Langley. I know they must do a lot of research on planes.
I heard they have a program called Structures and Materials.
Let's go there. I'll email our friends and our parents to let them know we're going.
What are you doing?
I'm just looking at some of our new lightweight materials.
We need to learn about weight.
Well, you just learned that thrust is opposite to drag. And lift is what makes the airplane go up, and weight pulls it back down to the pull of gravity.
Yes, we just learned about that.
Well, in order for the airplane to fly, the lift force has to be greater than the weight of the airplane. And the lighter the airplane is, the easier it's going to be to lift the airplane.
So for the same size wings, a lighter airplane will get easier lift?
That's exactly right. But there's another benefit of having a lighter airplane also.
There is?
Sure. For the same amount of force or thrust, the lighter airplane will actually go farther. As an example, let's say you're pushing two kids on a swing. Who's going to go farther, the kid that's lighter or the kid that's heavier?
The lighter kid will go farther.
That's exactly right. So for the same amount of engine or thrust force, a lighter airplane's actually going to fly farther. Aeronautical engineers say that the airplane has greater range or maximum flight distance.
Cool.
Yeah, and lighter airplanes actually use less fuel too, so they're better for the environment as well.
What research do you do here to make planes lighter?
Well, we're trying to figure out how to make the materials the airplanes are made out of a whole lot lighter. You see, today, most airplanes are made out of metal, like this piece right here. It's really strong, but it's also really heavy.
Man, that is heavy.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, we're researching something brand new. It's called composite materials. Composite materials are really strong, but they're also really lightweight. Here's a really big piece of composites right back here. Can you help me with this piece?
I don't know if I can help. It looks kind of heavy. I might not be able to lift it.
Give it a try.
Wow, that's really light.
Sure is. Composite materials are already being used in a lot of military airplanes because they're really lightweight, but they're also strong. We're also looking at another kind of material that's really interesting. It actually bends and twists when activated, or it can pop up and down when activated too.
What's that?
They're called smart materials.
Smart material? I'm a smart material.
Yes, you are. This is an example of a smart material. This is called nitinol. And when you bend or twist it, it'll actually go back to being completely flat when you heat it up. If you want to try bending it up, then I'll heat it up and I'll show you how it works. There you go. That's great. And now when we heat it up, it goes back to being completely flat, as you can see.
Wow, that's cool. But how is that going to help an airplane?
Well, you can take this material and put it in the wings of an airplane and make the airplane wings bend or twist or even simulate little pop-up feathers like what birds used to fly.
Why would you want smart materials to mimic a bird's flight?
That's a good question. Well, for their size, birds are really good flyers. And we're hoping that if some of our smaller airplanes can fly more like birds and bend or twist their wings in flight to adjust with different flight conditions while they're flying along, they can actually be much better flyers.
I don't think we can buy smart materials, but maybe we can make our aid carton lighter. Maybe we should use a foam carton.
Yes, now we need to test it. Or experiment.
Look, I bought some foam egg cartons.
Let's find the mass. First, we'll find the mass of the paper egg carton. It's 54.1 grams. Now we'll find the mass of the foam carton. It's 15.5 grams.
Wow, it's a little lighter. That means 15.5 grams makes 38.6 grams less than the other one.
Remember what we learned. Lighter materials will reduce the amount of weight on a plane and decrease the amount of thrust needed. And less weight will also decrease the drag.
Wow, that should make our plane fly further. Let's make another plane out of foam cartons.
Okay, let's throw it.
So what's up? Will the change in material to the foam egg carton help the plane fly farther? What's the most important force of flight? What will help the Treehouse Detectives win the contest? Don't miss the conclusion of The Case of the Challenging Flight.
That's the best we've had yet.
It's great. Do you think changing to a lighter weight material made a difference?
Maybe the foam carton made a difference.
But we still need to know more. Let's go to the problem board.
We know that lift, weight, thrust, and drag are the main forces of flight.
Yeah, but we also learned about yaw, pitch, and roll.
We need to know how all these forces work together to form a really fast plane.
I think we need to talk to a pilot.
My neighbor is a Young Eagles flight leader. If you would like to learn where a Young Eagles group is near you, just go to the NASA Wi-Fi's website. It's so cool. Every year, they give thousands of kids like us a hands-on experience flying planes. And it's sponsored by the EAA, an international organization.
No way, a real plane? This is so cool. I'll go. I've always wanted to fly a plane. Put a rudder on our plane. It helps stabilize the plane. This looks like it moves. What does it do?
This is an elevator. It helps the airplane go up and down. When the pilot moves the control yoke inside the airplane, they pull back on it. This elevator comes up and makes the airplane climb. If they push forward, the elevator goes down and the airplane is going to descend.
During takeoff, are all four forces of flight being used?
Yes, they are. We always have gravity and drag. We have to overcome those by creating the thrust and the lift. We do the thrust with the engine, causing the propeller to turn at maximum power, and then we use the elevator to create lift on the wings. The best way to find out is, guess what?
What?
You're going to get your first flying lesson today.
Me? Up in the air? Flying?
Yep.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's go.
That was so cool. I can't believe I was flying the plane. I have a question. What's the biggest challenge you run into when you're flying a plane?
Seeing the ground when the weather is bad is the biggest obstacle.
I heard NASA Langley is doing some really cool research that will help pilots fly in foggy weather. I think it's called synthetic vision. Have you ever heard about it?
Yes, I have. Synthetic vision will give the pilots a clear electronic picture of what's outside.
Even when it's foggy or dark outside?
Yes. There will be a screen that the pilot can look at and see if there are mountains ahead.
Like a video game?
Almost. Synthetic vision uses satellite signals and global positioning systems to give the pilot a very sophisticated map. And it will definitely help prevent aircraft crashes in the future.
That's so cool. I hope that by the time I become a pilot, synthetic vision will be in every plane. This will be an experience I will always remember. I can't believe I was really flying a plane.
You sure were and did a great job.
Look, there's Dr. D. He made it.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Dr. D. I think we're ready for the competition.
So tell me, what helped you prepare your plane for the competition?
We learned that in order for a plane to have lift, the front edge needed to be higher up than the back edge.
That made a big improvement over last year's plane. Then we needed to adjust the position of the wing so that the center of gravity was just a little ahead of the center of lift, before we had the wing too far forward.
Don't forget the roll problem that we corrected with the dihedral angle.
That's right. Bending the wings into the V shape made a big improvement.
We learned that thrust was required even when the plane was moving at a constant speed.
In order to avoid as much drag as possible, we made sure that there were not any ragged edges.
Yes, and we used larger wings than we did last year because it gave us more lift.
We kept the plane's weight to a minimum because the more weight you have, the more lift you'll need and the more thrust you'll need to keep the plane going.
You've learned a lot and improved your plane so much. It's a wonder that it flew at all last year.
We are so excited. We think that we are going to win.
But even if you don't win, just remember all the things you've learned about how airplanes fly.
Yes, but winning is so nice.
Seagulls, get ready to yell. Let's go.
Wow, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Today might even be our day.
Yeah, we worked really hard as a team. Who knows? We might even win this contest.
I think so.
Good times.
Welcome, young aviators. Welcome to the great extraordinary airplane contest. On this team, we have Mr. Dan Locke and the Barron Knights. And over here, we have Mr. John Livingston and the Smith Seagulls.
The contest rules are simple. The distance your plane flies will be measured from the point of launch to the point where the plane lands. The top 2 teams will move on to the finals. Are you ready? Yeah! Team members, move to the launching pads.
I'm getting a little nervous. We have to win this trial to be able to advance to the next level.
Here we go.
We made it!
Uh-oh, look who we're up against.
The team is tough, but we might be able to win.
Let's try.
Yeah.
This might be a tie. It looks close. Hand me the meter stick, please. It looks like the treehouse detectives have won by a mere 4 centimeters.
We won by 4 centimeters. That's like 1.5 inches.
Good times. Good times.
All right.
The Treehouse Detectives have pulled off an extraordinary upset here at the airplane contest. I'm with the winning team right now. Kids, no one thought you would win today. How did you do it?
We used a lot of science as inquiry. This definitely helped us learn about the 4 forces of flight.
And we used our research notebook to keep a lot of data and notes on our experiment.
And it really worked. We finally are winners.
It looks like we're all winners, kids. Thanks for competing, and good luck next year.
Thanks, I am. And tell those kids to watch out because I'm already working on my plane for next year. I'm Ted Toon saying so long from KSNN.
Absolutely nothing. I love that song.
Falling down, my fair lady.
Ooh, excuse me. Can you do that? You guys say hello?
Say hi. Hello.
Say good morning, Mr. Chan.
Good morning, Mr. Chan.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the national competition victory of one of our outstanding students in the Department of Chemistry and talk about the valuable research opportunities MTSU affords its undergraduates. We catch up with the director of the Center for Educational Media at MTSU and talk about how it supports the work of our difference makers in the College of Education. And we meet the chair of the Department of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and talk about the community of scholars within this important program in the College of Liberal Arts. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU offers students plentiful opportunities in undergraduate research, especially in the College of Basic and Applied Sciences. And one of those opportunities paid off big for a biochemistry student who recently won a national research competition with ties to the renowned Mayo Clinic. Joining me is Dr. Kevin Bicker from the Department of Chemistry and Jana Abu-Rama, a student in Dr. Becker's lab. Kevin and Jana, welcome to the program.
Glad to be here.
We've got a lot to cover, not a lot of time. Let's start at the very beginning. Let's talk about your laboratory and how you attract some of the best students to work as researchers.
Sure. So my lab focuses on the development of molecules called peptoids as antimicrobial agents. Jana was a student of mine in honors organic chemistry, a class I teach. And so then I brought her into my lab, and she's been working there for the past couple of years.
And we've got big news to break here. You received a national research competition victory. Really cool, really outstanding. Let's talk a little bit about what you presented and what you were recognized with.
So I do work in Dr. Vicker's lab, and so I had the opportunity of presenting my research at the National Conference of Undergraduate Research in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and there was a pre-conference competition I could apply for, and it was the Mayo Clinic Health System Social Determinants of Health Challenge. So I applied to it. They picked 20 students nationally. I was one of those, the only one from the state of Tennessee. And then they split us up into 4 groups of 5 students, and we kind of worked together. We were all given a challenge, just spur of the moment. Nobody even knew what was going on or what the challenge was about. That was kind of what they were going for, is just to put us on the spot in an environment we didn't know. Each group was assigned a county. We were assigned Clark County from Wisconsin. And from there, we had to solve one of the major health issues currently in that county. So ours was mental health. So how are we going to solve that? We had to look up a lot of different things, speak to people. We only had 2 hours to do it, and my team won.
Came out victorious. How did your work in the laboratory here at MTSU, how did it prepare you for that kind of challenge?
Well, in Dr. Bicker's lab, we work as a team. So everybody kind of works with each other. We have different projects, but we help out a lot where we can. And so I was already accustomed to working as a team. When things don't work out in the lab, and that happens more often than I would like to say, but you know, you have to figure out how we're going to solve this issue. You have to think critically, think outside the box. All of those tools kind of applied. Although I wasn't in the lab with this competition, a lot of the things I learned working in the lab and perseverance and things like that helped me work with my team to solve this mental health issue that we were given.
Wow, what a great story, and what a great example that I know you hold up as the type of work you can do in your laboratory, but not just with you, but probably all of your professor colleagues in the Department of Chemistry.
Yeah, so undergraduate research across campus, including in our department and college, focuses not on just developing the technical skills that are going to benefit students at the next stage of their career, but also a lot of the soft skills like time management, critical thinking, problem solving in the moment, working through difficult circumstances and working in teams. These are the sorts of things that are more difficult to teach in a classroom setting, but are pretty easy to cover within a research setting.
I know this sounds obvious, but I'd like folks to hear it from you. Why is it important, and why is it an advantage at MTSU to be an undergraduate in that kind of research environment?
Yeah, so in addition to some of the technical and soft skills that you build, there are networking opportunities. opportunities to practice your scientific communication. My students are presenting their research every week or other people's research. And then specifically at MTSU, we have such good mentor-mentee relationships. Undergraduate research is a prime focus at MTSU, and so our students get opportunities here that they don't necessarily get at other larger research institutions.
Wow. You are about to graduate in December. Congratulations, biochemistry, right?
Yes.
So how did you come to select MTSU, and how important was the research component in making that choice?
Well, I knew I wanted to get involved in research. I want to go into medicine one day, but I was like, okay, I just want to make sure that's definitely what I want to do. I want to see everything I can. I want to see the behind the scenes. Like, drugs have to be developed for physicians to administer them. I wanted to kind of see what happens in a lab, and I wanted to get that experience. I thought it would teach me a lot, and it really has. And so MTSU was one of the major schools in Tennessee that was going to allow me to be able to do so many conferences and traveling and give me lots of opportunities. And I knew people that had previously gone here, and so hearing their relationships and the things that they've been able to do, I wanted to be able to do that for myself as well. So I was really wanting to go here.
Now that you're a graduating senior, because we're entering those final months here at MTSU, looking back, what are your fondest memories? I know this has to be one of them, but what are some other things? If you were talking to another student, man, this really made the difference for me at MTSU.
I think having smaller class sizes with the Honors College, I was able to be closer to my professors, and that's how I was able to be in Dr. Bicker's Honors Organic class, and I had the opportunity of being in his research lab. And I've traveled a lot, and I love to travel, and I've got to share what I love to do, and I'm enthusiastic about it. It's great to be able to go places and present things that you're passionate about, and people listen and make a difference. Wow. And that's one of the best things I've been able to do here.
Wow. Jana, congratulations on your honor. Kevin, thanks for all the great work you do here at MTSU.
Sure.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Each year, our partners with MTSU's Center for Educational Media come to visit us with news about the services provided to the campus and K-12 educators throughout the state of Tennessee. This is already a busy summer for the center, and here to tell us all about it is its director, Dr. Laura Clark. Laura, welcome to the Center for Educational Media. I say that because this is your center. We are actually in your studio. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
We've got a great partnership between Out of the Blue and the center. We appreciate everything you've done for this program, but we're going to not talk about that. We're going to talk about everything you're doing for the state of Tennessee and the wonderful teachers who rely upon the center as a resource for so many things. So let's talk first about the Center for Educational Media. Describe its mission, what you accomplish.
The Center for Educational Media has been established for quite some time on campus, and it's evolved over the years into what we are now, which is a center first that serves the College of Education and the work of education in the state of Tennessee, and campus functions as well, but our primary function is serving COE. We do media production on site, we do it virtually. We are a professional development center and event center, but we're primarily a supporter of the work of educators through media.
You know, the center is really a large physical center. I don't think everybody truly understands how many events you put forth and the variety of those events. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we have events that are large on-site events. We serve professional organizations statewide who will hold conferences here. We serve the Tennessee Department of Education. We serve regional organizations, but again, the common thread is if they are supporting the work of K-12 education, they have a place to come here. The MTSU Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia is one of our best partners, and they are leaders in the state and nationally in research on dyslexia and to offer professional development to teachers of all classes to understand how do we help children with dyslexia. We've had a real growth in the last year of partnering with the Tennessee Department of Education. And a recent event that we had was the Tennessee Mental Health Collaborative. For a full day in our Professional Development Center, we had school counselors, school psychologists, social workers, administrators coming to learn how do we address issues like trauma-informed instruction, adverse childhood experiences, and how do we understand that and take it back to support these vulnerable children in our schools.
The College of Education talks about how its faculty and its students and alumni are difference makers.
Yes.
I think everything you've just described illustrates that. How does the center feed into that?
Teachers are the ones that can bring ideas to children, can bring new learning, can bring confidence. We work with non-traditional people, and who are those? Those are the people who graduate from college, go out into the work world, and decide they want to come back to become school counselors, to earn further licensure in ESL, to earn a doctorate to go into administration, to earn a doctorate to go into higher education. So it's a dual level of difference making. Difference making captures the essence of what education does. It gives new choices.
We've got a busy summer. We're already in the middle of a busy summer. You've already had some great events in May, and you've got a few on the horizon. Let's talk about the one that happened in May.
So we had just a great event in May, the ELL Spring Collaborative. We had 200 plus we had engaged with that event. People coming from rural counties, suburban counties, urban counties, to come into our center to hear how can we help our kids who are learning English.
That's terrific, and I think you told me almost 50 school districts represented at this program,
yes,
which is just fantastic, and what a great collaborative, Murfreesboro City Schools, Department of Education, and others as well. So let's look forward, and you've also got some things happening in July. 3 back-to-back collaboratives coming up. Let's talk about those.
These are all part of our large initiative called the PK-12 Collaborative. So on July 6th and 7th, we have the ELL Collaborative Summer Academy. We will have a 2-day academy this year. The first day will be focused on content that is framed for teachers in the classroom, and the second day will be content framed for administrators to support the teachers of English learners. The following week, on July 13th, we will have the School Counselors Collaborative, and we will bring in school counselors, school psychologists, social workers. It's an interesting array of professionals that work in school counseling. And then we will wrap up the month of July on July 20th with the SPED Collaborative Summer Academy. And in this one is where we bring together those very wonderful, strong, resilient teachers who work with special needs children in special education. You have children with unidentified needs that teachers have to understand. You have children with profound needs. You have children with intellectual needs, with physical needs, and special education covers all of that. And you can get more information to register at our website, which is mtsu.edu/CEM.
For Center for Educational Media.
That's right. The topics that we cover in our summer academies and in every one of our collaborative sessions are topics that are requested by teachers, and they nominate practitioners. I believe that this approach offers authentic, relevant material to teachers because it's what they've asked us for, and it is who they have told us does it well.
Dr. Clark, this is going to be a tough one because there's so many events, so many partnerships, so many opportunities that the center puts forward. It'll be difficult to choose, but I'm going to ask you to do so. What are the things you're most proud of looking back at everything the center does?
What I am most proud of is the team of people here are uniquely qualified with our engineering team, with our production team, to support the work of education in a way that I haven't found it to be done across this state in quite this way. Secondly, what I'm proud of, what we give to teachers is what they've asked for. We are a very responsive kind of program. Teachers need all the help they can get, and when they feel that they are being listened to and honored and respected and their needs are being met, I am happy to use the unique resources we have here to deliver that to teachers and to give them all the help we can give.
Dr. Laura Clark, the director of the Center for Educational Media, who brings us this studio, who helps us program, but also serving every corner of the state of Tennessee, making a difference online, in person. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
And a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
And forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Department of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and the College of Liberal Arts continues to shine, providing opportunities for students seeking additional language skills as a way to bolster their workforce prospects. Here to tell us all about it is the chair of the department, Dr. Olaf Berwald. Olaf, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your first time on Out of the Blue?
Yes.
Almost at the end of your first year at MTSU. Congratulations. I was hoping you could tell our viewers a little bit about your program, World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures. Talk about the educational opportunities you offer students and some of your pride points.
Our major offers concentrations in various languages. So you can major focusing on French Francophone studies, German, Japanese, Spanish, and we have a new major concentration that's called the Applied Languages major. It's easily combinable with many courses of study. It's a bit accelerated, so it's a very flexible new offering.
Wow.
We also offer a Master's in Teaching World Languages. So we have our own difference makers for the state of Tennessee here. And we are glad to help students, regardless how they want to combine their majors. Of course, we offer strong majors, but students who major in all kinds of disciplines should think about, and many of them do, combining it with all kinds of career paths and other majors, because employers are searching for students who stand out. And being proficient in a world language and having honed their intercultural skills, their creative courage to find their voice in other languages, these are career boosting qualities that you bring to the table as an applicant. So often employers tell us that, and business leaders that they're looking for students who stand out, and they know that for this job market realities, we need students who are resilient, who are creative, think outside of any box, and are also enjoying dealing with difficult, complex situations that are not always definable right away. And by enjoying to embrace pronouncing or singing a song, embracing a poem, exploring food comparisons, and discussing social issues worldwide in a comparative way, being critical thinkers, creative colleagues with their students, having all these team skills when they work on projects in small groups. This prepares them brilliantly for all kinds of careers.
That's fantastic. And I want to touch on a couple of the things that you mentioned, because I really would love to underscore those things. It sounds like your department really works very cooperatively with students who want to maybe double major in a language, but also augment that to another skill. So that's something you're very accustomed to, correct?
Yes, definitely. We also, of course, assert ourselves being a movement in itself, So we have fantastic students. I really, having taught at many institutions, private and public, I feel absolutely at home here. Students, many of them first generation, just as I was, and just so creative, so committed.
Right.
So there's nothing more joyful than reading their essays or watching the videos they produced or the song in our classes. So, and the way they collaborate and support each other. So the students and the way they respond to our class. I recently read all the student evaluations of all our department's classes, and being a German, I'm not prone to praising all the time. But my dear colleagues here are such a world-class team. Their students are so excited about their classes, so they all deserve the praise. So it should be taken really at face value. We have a wonderful team of global faculty who are great researchers and dedicate their lives to being passionate educators. So I'm really, really proud to serve that team.
That is absolutely remarkable, and I love hearing the passion of not only the work by your faculty, but also by your students. It sounds like you're really building a great community, a very diverse community, a community of scholars and learners who are really devoted to helping students get this kind of education. Why is it important in this, I suppose the question is almost going to be part of the answers, in this global economy, why is it important to have strong language skills? How does that advance me if I'm looking to find opportunities in the workplace?
The global job market, many organizations that our students will work for are globally active. And even, many of our students also want to stay in this beautiful state. And so many employers and also so many fellow citizens are from all over the world. Japanese companies alone, they invest billions of dollars every year into the Tennessee economy. So no wonder then that Japanese is one of our strongest growing major concentrations. We connect them with internships and we are building more on that for all the other languages as well. The business community is very receptive to what we're doing, so there's so much potential to to further build on existing ties, and I'm excited, starting very soon, also to visit those partners and to have strong, to contribute to a very vibrant ecosystem that will benefit our students.
Olaf, fantastic to hear you talk about all the great things that your department's doing and all your pride in their accomplishments. Thank you for joining us on the show.
A real pleasure. Thank you.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.